And explore a deeper story. Continue game. Continue game. Campaign. Define your legacy. Continue game.
I just realized I have 2,000 currency. I have 2,000 influence. Low key. I could put everybody in the barricaded strip mall. Damn, it's a lot of infestations. There's like 9 of them on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or 7 of them on the map. We're gonna ignore them and wait for a siege to happen. I'll keep this base. I'm not gonna. I just swapped to this like the last video. I like it. It has hella beds, and it gives me what, an extra bed, extra 2 beds. Each one of these come with the built-in bed. Do these? Trying to switch to her. I need to try to get her a medicine skill. That's what I want her to learn. That way I can have level 3 infirmaries. I don't have too many people with that skill. What kind of weapons do I want to use? Let's get the AK-47. No, let's get the heavy sniper. Somebody's wearing it. But who? Let's see if they're up here.
Hey, you.
Hi there.
So somebody's in here, but I don't see them.
Hello there.
She hasn't.
Yep, that's heavy enough.
Well, I just leave with that. That's good enough. This is really on my bat looking like. I'm gonna repair it before I leave. Okay, doesn't need any. Because after we kill these guys, we're gonna bring these folks on one more map. Our infested horde is on the move. That's going to be the 8th infestation. Oh, bloater.
By the look of this area, there must be a plague heart nearby.
I'm offering you a chance to...
Anyone alive in here?
Oh, that's the mission?
That won't work. We have an undefended outpost under attack by zombies.
Pretty serious. I wonder if all those plague samples are still by that heart. Because that was a lot. That's a horde? I only see 2.
Stay dead this time. Getting tired. Not good. We really let them down. Damn it. Huh.
If we delivered, we could have gotten in better with Red Talent.
Yeah, he died way too fast. He literally, I just showed up. I was already here. And I didn't hear him dying. Let's take the meds. There's so much stuff here. In this one little area. They didn't make this this isn't a base. All of this could be a base. Especially whatever this building is that I'm walking towards. I don't know what this is. Oh, shit, of course the heart's gotta be in a weird spot. There's a whole road back there. It's a mechanic shop. I'm trying to see if I can see the heart from this angle. No.
You folks mind helping us out?
Is that the heart?
That was fun.
Oh.
It's almost done. Just a little more. Time to reload.
Oh.
Fire in the hole!
Nice.
And now we hope that no more zombies show up.
I'm not gonna lie. Even though the backpack might look cool, I don't really want. I'd rather have my hiking bag back.
That's a screamer.
Throw some of this shit in the car. Oh, I'm almost out of gas. So what does this one have? This one's full. I didn't even drop that. I don't know where that came from. But shit, I'll take it.
So much for not being noticed. Oh, goody.
I have to find some gas on my way back. Or maybe this might be enough. I'm not sure. Okay,
You
wait,
gotta
this
stay
place
alert.
actually looks
Too
cool.
many plague zombies around.
Not that much of it's secure though.
That won't work.
I'm glad you could help. Take care now.
I'm looking to trade.
Sure, sounds good.
What's that across the street? It's a library. Maybe I can find a medicine book here. I don't have to buy one.
Careful now. Those ferals are quick. Next one's the last one.
Oh. It's a lot of fucking zombies. Let's get Get y'all asses together.
This is my last magazine.
Oh my god, so many hordes
I've got
in
to
this
slow
one
down.
spot.
Down to do a run. Crew's got needs.
No more zombies at the moment. But that never lasts long inside plague territory. Bingo.
Gardening. Computers. That's also a good one to learn. Mechanics. Already have a mechanic. These is one more spot to check. I mean, if she doesn't learn medicine, I can have her learn computers.
Hey, vato, listen up.
Someone in town with really good stuff to trade. I think you can find them at the Tappers Historical District. Oh, there it is. There might not be a book in here.
Okay, this place is empty.
Craftsmanship. I'm gonna give her computers because she does have she gets morale boosts from fighting facilities, played softball, holding out hope. She does inspiring speeches, and her stat is builder. I can get a command center 3.
If anyone out there can hear this, I wouldn't mind an assist. Knock knock. Guess who? About time someone finally showed up.
Huh? How'd this bitch spawn on top of me?
Yo. Cool shit.
Damn, that's a lot of plague zombies.
Sanctuary Point, this is Sasquatch. I'm on site now. This place is a fucking mess.
Copy that, Sasquatch. Be careful out there.
Don't you worry, ma'am. Me and Death got an understanding.
We could find some use for...
Oh, that dude is straight up crazy.
The air's so thick and wet. I almost feel like I'm underwater.
I could get some gas before leaving, since they moved on.
Is it too late to go get a bigger gun?
Oh shit! I had to get look through that window. Steal the birds out of my window, and they told me I don't need to worry. Can't put your records on. Tell me your favorite song. Just go ahead, let your head down.
Have you got anything to trade?
Might as well. Yes?
Low-key, Tina, I'm gonna let you explode because I'm trying to cap this area.
How fun. How's that megaphone? Get rid of that one!
Door's gone!
Oh, never mind. Not with a broken door. I'll come back. I'll come back with a car I can stand on top of so I can shoot
Terrific.
through the house. That's too fast, mamas.
Huh?
I'd like to make a trade.
Sure.
Have you got anything to trade?
Why not?
Do you have anything to swap for?
Why not?
Wish I had space for that. That should come in useful. Glad no one else got to you first.
Uh-oh. Plague zombie over there.
There's 3 pharaohs in the area when I go over there. That's the scariest thing. That big ass juggernaut.
That's the place. Fuck! Let's go bash some zombie skulls. Somebody might still be inside.
That was the last of them.
I'm confused. Rarely a good thing. These fuckers seriously leave me out here with nothing?
I'm so sorry.
Damn.
I hear you.
See you.
It didn't turn into her making this an enclave, so
We're zombie free for now.
Grand opening, grand closing. The Strait of Hormuz is apparently closed again because Israel keeps bombing Lebanon. Okay.
Definitely not a normal zombie over there.
mm. Damn, I have 6 different outposts. It's honestly crazy. Hold on. Even I don't even use the outpost like that. I'll cancel that. Get my stuff back.
Oh, I may talk some shit, but we got a good thing going here.
See, people, this is what I've been talking about. Nice work.
Damn, this chick's still injured.
That's pretty heavy.
We gotta find more building materials.
Oh, I have first aid kits in here. Now I just need some energy, some snacks, something for my stamina. I'm about to go take out that black plague heart. It's weak to munitions or the flammable stuff. Let's make some energy drinks. Based. Speaking of energy drink.
I'm heading over now.
Oh, you big, Vato. Real big.
I think you need help with transporting donations. Shit. Okay. Well, I'm taking this bad boy.
If only I had room for it.
Yeah.
Stay clear of the stink! I gotta end that one.
Oh, damn.
Oh, I got this!
Huh? There's three freaks there. I'm gonna leave that one up on the hill. It's gonna turn into a siege since it's already tier 3. I'd rather get the prestige. Yeah, I need some more. I only got 150. I wonder what that wandering tradesman sells too.
What's going on?
Our neighbors are offered to help our mission by providing us with blood donations. We still need to recover our vehicle. It has critical equipment needed for transporting blood. Chris knows the location and is heading over soon.
Will do.
I'll do better alone. See what this wandering trader has to offer. Oh, no, 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 no.
Hi there.
I can't carry that much. Let's trade.
All right.
Oh, she has respect
Fuck
books.
yeah.
And a B50.
I need to talk to you.
Sure. What do you have to trade?
Of course.
Damn. I would love to respect him, but who actually has really good stats?
introduce ourselves over this offer I have for you.
Let's trade.
All right.
That's pretty heavy.
Those are good. I'd rather have the mods and the weapon. I'm gonna try to sell her some shit. Base. Infirmary.
This might take some effort. Well, that was loud. I see no more Zeds. I've finished our new outpost. That's pretty heavy. Let me see what you've got.
Sure, sounds good.
Like, did I buy the free weights or no? Does she just have 2 of them? No, I bought the mill. Like a dummy. I don't need that mill.
Let me see what you've got.
Of course.
The respec stuff is nice, but it's not. I don't really need it. was going the wrong way. I thought I was going the right way. Then I started getting further and further, and I was like, wait, I thought I could turn here. No, I missed the turn.
Okay, I seem to remember there was a toolkit in the trunk. These repairs shouldn't take too long.
Blood donation over by the plague heart. Oh shit. Okay, we're abandoning the Bandito.
We still have company. Mission accomplished. The outpost is secure.
Yo, our med supply is low, and we do not want to run out.
Whew, this is a lot of stuff to carry. That's pretty heavy.
might go. I don't have time. Let me go ahead and do the blood donation stuff. I'll grab some materials on the way if I can. I need to make a fighting gym.
I wonder what makes plague zombies cluster in these areas.
It's 3:41.
Made it here okay. Getting to work. Almost out. No can do.
It's clear for now, but no place can be secure with a plague heart nearby.
This is great. I'm totally keeping it. And now they know we're here. I'm coming back now. That's gone.
I got 5 minutes to drive back. Well, 6 minutes really. It was 5 minutes 50 seconds. Oh, there's a hella plate samples on the floor around here. No.
How much more can this take?
Oh shit. I don't have a toolkit anymore.
Bye now.
Brainless over there.
Hey, hun. You're welcome to come in.
Almost out. Down you go. I could use a break. This might take some effort. I hear Zed's moving around. Careful now. This will make a great outpost. I just finished prepping the new outpost, and I'm confident that a little more work would make it even nicer.
Anyone listening? We've got goods to trade.
She has 196. He has 206. Oh, he's still tired. What the fuck? I guess she's the next best one to use while running around. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
There are stories going around about people who might be immune to blood plague. Even if they're true, don't be stupid. Stay clear of the plague zombies. Keep the faith.
You've been.
Were you involved in a car accident? She take a chocolate. Put into her lips and say, "Chocolate for children." She take a chocolate.
Man, when these bodybuilder top dudes tell me to go to the gym, I don't get offended. I actually take it as a compliment because that tells me that they find something about how I am now attractive and they want to help me improve upon it so they can enjoy looking at me more. They want me to go get a hard body so they can go get hard about my body. When these bodybuilder top dudes tell me to go to the gym, I don't get offended.
I'm blocking this stupid fucking white bitch out here fucking gambling.
That they can properly identify themselves.
And y'all niggas out here talking about y'all Christians, and I see a lot of motherfuckers getting on Cowsheet. Gambling's a sin, bitch. Gambling's a sin, bitch. You're going to hell if you on Cowsheet.
Gambling's a sin, bitch. Gambling's a sin, bitch. You're going to hell if you on Cowsheet. And y'all niggas out here talking about y'all Christians, and I see a lot of motherfuckers getting on Cowsheet. Gambling's a sin, bitch. Gambling's a sin, bitch.
are currently paying for. Just the In today's video, we'll delve into the most recent iteration, the Hill designs. Of course, DA forums for putting together this info. You can find links below to join the discussions. There's a button. If you haven't already, and a racetrack. Fact 8. Prepare for a contemporary setting. Post GTA 5 events.
Let's do the rise of online cruelty. From friend of the show, Hasanabe head Ben Hoerman.
Remember when YouTube was just this? A platform of self-expression. A platform without legacy media flooding your recommendations.
Quite a little infestation
no
over there.
television level production with the main intention to just generate profit.
I mean, to be fair, when YouTube was just that, it was probably just as racist, if not more racist. I do have to admit that.
With the Shane Dawson shit, yeah.
I'm not gonna go
with
back
Shane
to like,
Dawson,
all
that other shit.
2007
They were
YouTube and be like, well, that was the
racist.
beacon of progressive
Anti-blackness
prosperity.
has always been prevalent on fucking YouTube, on all these social media platforms. All you niggas been anti-black. Let's keep it a motherfucking beam. Before all the black kids even started getting online, y'all was making fun of black people for no fucking reason. So to the point to where now the YouTubers that were back in that day, the YouTubers in 2020 had to come out and straight just apologize. It was nothing but a line of YouTubers apologizing. If they wasn't doing racist shit, they were pedophiles. It's a fact. You don't see none of these YouTubers that we used to have are gone. Majority of them, the ones who stayed, the GOATs, Corey, motherfucking Dashy, who else? Jay from the Cub Scouts. Ain't none of these people getting no problematic shit. You ain't catch them doing no problematic shit. Because they didn't have to be anti-black to be famous. That's the... But Corey Kitchen was already black, and they got mad for him highlighting on how anti-black YouTube is and how it has been for the past fucking 10 years. Oh, y'all getting Botox. That's why. Just finished the video on like how there's been a significant rise on fucking online.
Check out what I just found.
Good politics.
Good times, man. So, did Mr. Beast ruin YouTube? While I certainly miss the times when YouTube was just about that, you broadcasting yourself, I think someone like Mr. Beast was simply inevitable. Mr. Beastification is the natural progression of a platform driven by spectacle and profit.
Fair. That type of racism was just for the love of the game. Now it's monetized is true. I mean, I think like, yeah, I think a lot of people were just like uneducated, had reactionary beliefs and you know, racist, sexist, homophobic opinions, and they would just like blurt it out. But somewhere along the line, YouTube realized that like it's really good for the algorithm if someone is specifically doing that for visibility. And obviously there was the whole like Joe Rogan pipeline, the Joe Rogan Experience pipeline that went all the way to the furthest right corners, race realists and neo-Nazis galore. And then there was at least a little bit of pushback during Woke 1.0, where people like myself started popping up, H-Bomber guy, all these people started like
not really
popping up. There's a whole bread tube era. Probably not the best reaction or response to this barrage of reactionary opinions. Let's be real. And now we're back in this predicament where there are still so many quote unquote apolitical guys who just are not apolitical at all. They're just right-wing, or they lean into right-wing sentiment, or they know that they have plenty of right-wing audience members, so they never dare attack right-wing opinions. And there's no such restraint when it comes to identifying and attacking left-wing opinions. This creates, once again, that exact same disparity that existed in the initial wave of apolitical centrist to far-right pipeline that existed on YouTube. There are a lot of people who don't necessarily have reactionary opinions, but if that's what they're being inundated with, they inevitably start thinking, well, this is the only normal kind of politics. Yeah, I probably would agree with someone like Hassan on virtually everything, but I'm ashamed to admit that because everyone around me is watching content that reinforces the narrative that this guy ain't shit. He's bad. He's a hypocrite. He's an awful person. And that is how you create a new wave of loyal servants of the right. People who have no intellectual curiosity about a world beyond this limited confine, the limited confines of center right to far right content. It sucks.
But there's always one key part that's missing when I see content romanticizing about the old days of YouTube, or even the internet as a whole. What happens when platforms only driven by spectacle and profit become unstoppable forces? Not just the rise of corporate soulless love colonizing your time, but most importantly, the rise of cruelty. What happens when drama meets real life? In this film, we'll go through the various stages of structural online cruelty, ending with who I think could be considered as one of the main architects responsible for the rising online cruelty and therefore the rise of political.
Yeah. There is this reality as well. Right-wing talking points is labeled as just being a normal guy. Leftist talking point is you are talking about politics. Yes. Right-wing politics is never seen as political unless it reaches beyond the confines of permissible bigotry. If they stay within a comfortable level of permissible bigotry, where they say, you know what, I don't hate black people, obviously, but they are kind of aggressive and they're poor and they're violent. So obviously we need to do like some level of policing. After all, the alternative is no policing whatsoever, right? I mean, that's so silly. Look at the left, look at the left, look at the left. The left is crazy, the left is crazy. That is actually right-wing propaganda. And
That's
yet,
it.
most people
literally
don't read
all
that as
it
right-wing
is.
propaganda. They read that as
They read
apolitical.
it as
They're like, oh, this is an
apolitical.
apolitical
He's
guy
not-
who
he's not
also
political.
is saying the things
When
I'm
he's
thinking.
literally just being anti-black.
And there's a lot more room to breathe in the right-wing
Look at the
direction.
black people.
Sometimes you
Don't
can
look at-
even go
don't
further
look at the
beyond
fucking
that.
crime
Sometimes
as
you
a
can make
whole.
like dangerous
Don't look
memes,
at
edgy memes. Ooh, born out of
it's,
statistical inaccuracies, like 1350, right? That's the next layer. But even then, if someone were to point to that and go, 1350, what are you talking about? And you say, oh, 13% of black people, or 13% of the population is black. They're responsible for 50% of the crimes, which is, again, a total misunderstanding of the data in and of itself, but it doesn't matter. People will go, okay, that corresponds to my internal, my social conditioning, what I do know about society from all the stereotyping and all the things that I've learned. So I'm going to give you a lot more leeway. I'm going to give you a lot more grace when you say this sort of stuff. And at worst, if you're caught or called out, you can just say you're simply joking. Why do you have to be so sensitive? I'm just joking. That is the reason why there is
I'm joking, bro. I'm
just
joking.
so much bandwidth
It's
on
not
the
that
right.
deep.
You can
All
go
right. It's not that
further and
deep.
further and further to the right.
You
And
niggas
most
need to kill
people will still
yourselves,
perceive you as apolitical. Whereas if you are
Don't
on the
do
left in
anything good
any
for society.
capacity
You
where you're
literally
like,
hurt
why are
every
we being
single
so
aspect of
fucking weird
society.
about
You're
trans
so
people? We go,
divisive.
whoa!
All right.
You political monster. Don't you know they're weird
There are
pedophile
creeps
groomers?
all over our outpost.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not talking about the president or Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I'm talking about random queer people. That's politics. Just as Call of Duty
their
is
bigotry.
never an inherently political video game, even though it's literally about the military-industrial complex, it's only political when there's a black woman on the cover. Things that are political only go in one direction. It takes a lot for something to be considered political for normies on the right. You have to go above and beyond and say heinous shit and hope that the average person at least has enough knowledge, enough understanding of white supremacy and numerous other social constructs and social conditioning for them to pick up on what you're saying as being objectively right-wing propaganda, right-wing agitative slopaganda. Takes a lot of reading, takes a lot of discipline, takes a lot of empathy for others, strangers, to be on the left. It's not an easy process.
Cruelty worldwide. Cruelty itself has always been part of the internet. I'm not naive. We all know what the internet is capable of. Like, I don't know if you can remember this, but the case of As-meh-phes-toh. Eyeballed, I know, predatory content creators, swatting wild cows, doxing cases, and so on. What I want to highlight is the scale and industrialization of online cruelty. How it developed from isolated, unmonetizable, largely publicly despised cases to normalized industrialization of monetizable cruelty. And honestly, this whole video was inspired by this clip from XQC.
You guys are naming people that are like sex offenders and out there racist and fucking like fucking people that promote harm and shit. Yo, that's not canceled.
Hey everyone, did you miss me?
That's the fucking law.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that that same guy who has this
turned out to be a
clip,
fucking racist
perfect no
bigot.
notes, then became
Hey there, how's it going?
A
monster
fucking
himself.
fucking monstrous
You go to
bigot.
jail. You're not canceled. You're a criminal.
Which, you know, is ironic.
Yeah.
That he ends up fucking bringing in Donald Trump. XQC says all that shit just to fucking kiss Donald Trump's ass, licking that nigga's tank.
We're gonna start losing people.
Straight licking that motherfucker's tank. Invites him over, puts him on his fucking stream, posts videos about him. Oh, he's not that bad, you guys. Then the Epstein shit come out. He want to step back. Oh, now it's a problem, bitch? Now it's a problem for your funky ass? That's what y'all niggas deserve death. Honestly, they deserve to die. There's no point in keeping you niggas alive. You fucking harmed everything that could have been done. You're literally the people who brought us backwards. Because you don't like nice words. Like, we didn't have to hear this fuck ass shit for fucking 50 years. Literally my entire life has been full of fucking anti-black shit. All the way up until Obama got elected. Then we saw even more racism. Getting out from 2016 and you niggas picked Donald Trump. Okay. And then they want to act like it's not their fault. They was goaded into it. They was forced into picking Donald Trump. I had to pick Donald Trump. I didn't have a choice. Bitch, what? Then they talk about they transing your kid. Who's transing your kid? I ain't never wanted to cut my dick off. Sorry if you got a little one and you don't like it and you got self-esteem issues. Y'all the one who push porn on people.
Let's keep it down. There's a lot of Zeds out there.
White people made porn. Like what? You made it. So I'm sorry y'all into that. I'm not into trans porn. I'm not watching no fucking tranny porn. It's not my thing. It's not my gig. But that's not like it's not. Y'all put it out there. So what are you upset about? You made this a thing. You're the reason it exists.
When talking about drama channels, I don't mean like daily commentary channels like Charlie or Pyrocynical. I'm primarily talking about drama channels, who either disguise their bullying as criticism or channels solely dedicated to character assassinations and harassment campaigns.
Wow. Wow, it kind of feels like
who would do that?
I'm seeing a lot of my ops in here. Seeing a lot of my ops in here. Interesting. Pegaslop, my biggest fan. More Pegaslop.
Literally has 300 videos
criticism on channels solely dedicated to character assassinations and harassment campaigns. You have to understand that an entire
He got caught. Please stop. Permaban. Please stop. New lawsuit. Finally done. Finally done. New lawsuit. The N-word. He got caught.
That's a lot to carry.
Life ruined. Permaban. He's suing. I'm broke. Every single one of these videos is the exact same. Every single one. And every single one of them gets 200,000 views. Which means that people literally come in for that same exact slop.
Just to hate.
Every day of the fucking week. I'm broke. Please stop. I quit.
Your industry exists solely focused on destroying someone's life. An industry that was especially thriving during the Gamergate era. And surprise, surprise, it of course disproportionately targeted women online, with the most famous target of countless harassment campaigns being Pokemon.
So when you say your issues, like that's like a heavy word. Like what do you mean by issues?
For starters, do you know how I can prevent myself from crying during this?
Let me start with this. What's wrong with crying?
I've just been crying a lot.
When we look at maybe the most prominent cases of drama channels like Keemstar or Leafy, we see the real-life consequences this can cause. For ruining a man's life for being wrongly accused of being a pedophile, to laughing at people with mental health problems until it's too late.
Look, I do dark humor and I don't kill people like you do sometimes.
Targeted women oftentimes have a specialized form of harassment they have to deal with. Sexualization.
Yep.
This level of cruelty can literally drive someone to ending their life.
Yeah.
This cancerous spread of targeted hatred is unfortunately the logical consequence.
And it's got worse in Japan with the fucking internet. It's the same level of shit here. We just too, I don't know if we just too self-centered, too selfish to want to kill ourselves. I'm not taking myself out of this world. If anything, I'm taking out some of you motherfuckers. I'm not taking myself out. Y'all the ones that are the cancer. I didn't do none of this shit to people. Even when I didn't start actually cussing niggas out on the internet until 2024, when I saw that clearly, bitch, you're ignorant as fuck. I've never been this ignorant online until you niggas started popping up on the scene for no fucking reason. Just being a bigot to be a bigot. Like what do you gain from that? What are you doing? How does that fulfill your life? And it's sad because legacy media is paying these people to do this shit now. Their pockets are getting directly lined to push fucking right-wing propaganda.
And that lol
Like,
cowing
at this point, they gotta die.
and mass harassment of women.
They can't be kept alive. They're literally leading to people's deaths.
Mass harassment of women is always.
How many deaths do they have to cause before they have to get killed? I don't feel sympathy for them at that point. They've literally gotten hundreds of thousands of people killed at this point off of their hate, off of propagandizing hate.
Always
They
been
gotta
like a
die.
primary motivator on the internet. It was far more normalized even back in the day, especially during
there's no
Gamergate, where it reached its like not peak necessarily because it's far worse now, but lol cowing is a very specific type, like a-logging, lol cowing. This type of shit only existed in like far right internet forums where people could anonymously cyber stalk, dox, and actively try to ruin the lives of people that they were, targeting. Oftentimes they'd find like someone who's autistic,
Where I fit in.
someone who might be trans, right? And some of these websites literally have leaderboards of like who they've been able to drive to suicide, right? It's really dark shit. Except that used to be like you used to have to look for that kind of thing if that was your freak, if that is what satisfied your freakish nature, right? Nowadays, there are entire communities, yes, cyberbullying. There are entire communities dedicated to cyberbullying with content creators that
live stream fails,
generate income, generate revenue off of cyberbullying other content creators. And it's kind of crazy because most of those people that make a living off of that are unbelievable villains, right? Like they're heinous monsters. And when I say this, I'm not like exaggerating. So many of them have sexual assault charges, like serious allegations of grooming, lawsuits, like a litany of lawsuits they have to deal with from their victims. And yet their community doesn't give a shit because they are only there. They're only invested. They only generate a sense of community off of targeting others. Half of the people that are engaging in this also, just like back in the day when people were a-logging on kiwi farms or whatever, the people that are engaging in this are also autistic shut-ins themselves. But that's besides the point.
Consequence. When hate just makes a ton of money.
On a larger scale, this gets particularly frustrating when drama overshadows real-life tragedies. Large tragedies being turned into content farmed for online drama. Like in Cuba, doctors are manually operating ventilators in order to keep babies alive. And all online people care about is a rich socialist staying at a 5-star hotel in Cuba. Like, do you hear yourself? Children are being murdered with your tax money by a pedophile rapist president. You privileged canceling woke moralists. I don't care who delivers help. They need help. Where's Mr. Beast?
I truly believe that most of them aren't doing this with a calculated, cold-hearted motive. I believe they are so hyper online that they simply cannot fathom real-life suffering anymore. Content demons. It's become physically impossible for them to show empathy anymore. If that's not the case, there can only be one other reason why you would focus on a meaningless drama online instead of real-life suffering.
Wait, let's look at the drama channels here again. Do you notice something? Mostly the same targets, same talking points. What do a lot of these targets have in common? Woke progressives, if not even leftists. Do these drama channels, or should I even say channels solely focused on grifting, have a political agenda maybe?
Yes.
I mean, when looking at the Gamergate era, it's not a too far-fetched idea, right? What started as meaningless, apolitical online...
Do you think it affects the youth most now because they are entering socials when bullying is...
Here's some
so mainstream? Absolutely. 100%. And it causes them to have like these insane opinions that are not grounded in any sort of political education, any sort of political theory, where they will literally, there are probably a shit ton of people who are pro-Palestine, but are also like Aiden Ross fans, right? Aiden Ross community is probably all pro-Palestine. They all most likely have a litany of different, very reactionary opinions on the subject matter, even though they've arrived at the correct position on the most important one. All of that stuff happens because they're being inundated with like these insane, they're consuming some of the worst fucking content on a daily basis. And this is what is driving their political education, which leads to this like insanely incoherent worldview, where on the one hand, they're like, yeah, I hate bitches, I hate women, women ain't shit. I'm also pro-Palestine, but also because the Jews are doing the genocide and you know, at the same time, like, we should have healthcare, but also at the same time, like, everyone that's advancing that agenda is a woke libtard who I fucking hate. The internet culture right now for young people is very cop-coded. They love spending their time enforcing invented norms, rules, speech policing, call-outs, cringe clips, etc. Yes, that too. It goes back to the draconian nature of Western society, but especially Americans. And Americans obviously are guiding what the rest of the world consumes. We produce so much content, we produce so much culture that the rest of the world consumes. So we end up basically redefining people's societal attitudes as well.
Drama delves deeper and deeper into right-wing culture war talking points with clear definitions of
You've always said women have always had it worse than you in terms of targeting. Do you still feel the same even post October 7? Yes. Who has had it worse than me? Who's had it worse than me?
This is a
Morgan.
lot of stuff to carry.
Denims. Casey.
A lot of women, yeah.
So yes, it's literally, that's the only, you know, that's the only group of people unconditionally, they get worse hatred than I do. That receive it so much worse than I do. What is this?
As though being a socialist or a leftist on social media, especially on a reactionary dumbass platform like Twitch, is any benefit to me. Any benefit to me whatsoever.
You've been spit. Your sexy ass been
spit. If being a socialist was actually a positive, was actually going to make me a larger media personality, then you wouldn't be catering to the dumbasses in your chat all day, Train. You probably wouldn't, right? I don't think you're a reactionary alt-right dipshit, but you present yourself as one in most instances when you're trying to talk about political subjects. I wonder why. Because you understand that being a reactionary around gamers and incels is absolutely the cash cow. So don't turn around and call me a goddamn fake or a phony when I've been doing this shit before you were farming Omega laws in whatever that other Mitch dude's chat, okay?
Not much has changed, it seems.
You can't. Nothing has changed.
Insanely consistent.
Nothing has changed.
And the
These
attacks
niggas have been
are
consistent.
also the same. And back then, I wasn't
be a
popping
hateful
either.
bigot.
I mean,
be a
I
piece
was,
of fucking shit.
Bro, 7 years ago, I was still, everyone would still be like,
and now
you're
we're getting to the point where it's getting to max violence.
Grifter,
it's literally just going to turn
phony,
into violence.
You're faking your political
Bitch, I don't care how
worldview.
many
You're
times
faking
you
your
call me
political opinions.
Somebody gonna kill your
Always
motherfucking
right
ass.
too early. Always right, but too early. And you get used to it, okay? You get used to it. How do you not have a cynical view of the world after doing this for so many years? You want to know why I don't have a cynical view? Because back then I had like, what, 1,000 viewers. Now I have 30,000. I just kept pushing through. I just kept combating reactionary opinions on the internet in some of the most right-wing circles on the internet. And guess what? I was right. I knew that there were always people out there who felt like they were just leaning into this shit because everyone else was leaning into it. I always knew that people were far more empathetic in the real world than the way that they presented themselves online. Online interaction, especially anonymous interaction, breeds cruelty. That's why I firmly believe, genuinely believe that everyone's got a little socialist dog in them. It's just, you know, it's about unlocking that potential.
Especially when a target has no security team around them, or if there's an ideological agenda mixed into it. This is a ticking time bomb. This level of harassment is only possible due to other platforms fostering this kind of toxic culture, like 4chan, Reddit, or X. The Everything app. The rise
Hard to
of
believe this
astroturfing
place
the
was used by
timeline with
people
often
once.
out-of-context clips from clip farms fuels the drama and rage bait even more, giving these channels more content to weaponize.
Yep.
Which forces us to enter
I
a
bet that
whole
hurt,
other
huh?
level of degeneracy online. Streaming. Specifically.
Gotta end that one.
Damn. That was fucked up, man. You know what's also fucked up?
Almost out.
Data brokers. That's what I call it. So thank you, Decay, for sponsoring this video.
You get used to being disappointed. I got into a fist fight because I called W a monkey for invading Iraq back in 2003. Yeah, I've also
Clear
said
for
this
now,
over and over
but
again.
no
Like,
place can
if
be
you're
secure with a plague
socialist,
heart
especially
nearby.
in the imperial core, especially in the United States of America, you have to realize that you're going to take a lot of L's. You're going to be constantly
tired.
disappointed. You should never expect someone to automatically agree with you. What the f are we talking about? You're not a liberal. You're not a right-winger. Why would you ever expect someone to automatically
More of
agree
that.
with you? My expectation is that most people are probably going to either not understand my worldview at all or vehemently disagree with it. So I'm always pleasantly surprised when someone
fucking
is
Pharaoh.
in agreement with my worldview.
For my bachelor's in design, I actually built a concept around how big data collects and saves our data. That was honestly the first time I
Yes, this guy's a Hasanabe head. Yes,
really
Ben is a
understood how
Hasanabe
much
head.
of our data isn't just being
I gotta
stored,
pee.
but also being used to build detailed profiles on us. Our politics, what we buy, what we believe in, who we are, your income, which is particularly embarrassing, all of it being legally sold. And companies doing this are called data brokers. Incognito fixes this. You give them permission to act on your behalf, they automatically contact all those brokers and demand its removal. And brokers actually have to comply because of laws and rules and stuff. Go to incognito.com/Herman and use
I've
code
gotten too
Herman
much
for a
exposure to
60% off
space.
an annual
I
plan
need
with a
to
30-day
check.
money-back guarantee. Click the link below and claim your 60% off. Thank you once again to Incognito for sponsoring this video. Kick was founded after Twitch began to ban gambling streams on the platform. Who were the most prominent gambling streamers on Twitch? Trainwrecks, XPC, and Aiden Ross. But wait, paying millions of dollars to streamers, 95-5 revenue split, where does all that money come from? Well, who founded Kick? Next to Trainwrecks, Ed Craven and Bijan Tehrani, co-founders of Stake.com, an online gambling platform. So, the company's goal is fairly easy to calculate. The more people on Kick, the more people could migrate over to Stake.com. So, ad revenue isn't their only main income stream, it's also online gambling. The more attention Kick generates, the more profit it potentially generates. And the fact that most of the viewers are minuses always just a cool fun fact.
I ain't turning down $100 million, bro. You got me fucked up, brother. I'll go on there and I will crypto gamble 24/7, dude. At that point, man, it's his parents' fault. You got me fucked up. Them kids, dude. Fuck them
they're
kids.
relentless.
More in line with the previously mentioned prank content, you have the likes of Neon or Jack Doherty, who dedicated their entire online presence to being a public nuisance. It's obvious that by being a provocative cop, they hope for any sort of escalation, so the moment can get clipped and distributed by paid clip farmers on platforms like Reddit or X. The Everything app. This will boost their virality and attention, therefore more profit. And as the good old prank videos, this type of content is always filled with edginess, racism, or any sort of hate speech.
You're gonna burn in fucking hell, you Jewish.
And if being a walking sewage isn't enough for you, well then we could go a step further, into abuse.
W in the chat, you should go and punch him up. They all want him to get punched up.
A man arrived.
Excuse me, my friend.
Then, sensing something was up, tried to leave, as HS's hangers-on kicked him and rained punches down on his head. They accused him of being a predator, and had no way of knowing if this could be true.
Vitaly, a dinosaur in a concentration space and known for his old prank and harassment
Okay,
content on
I'm
YouTube,
out.
is nowadays known for his predator hunting content, trying to catch and secretly film alleged predators. This, as you could imagine, has led to various cases of physical abuse or cultivating an environment that's...
Dude, everything is so f***ed up. How do we look at this stuff and we're just like, this is going in a positive direction? I mean, seriously. It's so an ass.
Well, let's say hostile. And if we thought he does the public a favor, this has been proven time and time again that this form of justice only worsens the problems it's trying to solve. And also, by the way, if you really thought this is about his moral conscience of catching pedophiles,
Who did you vote for? What? Who did you vote for? Who do you think I voted for? Kamala? I did. Okay, makes sense. Usually all of them are pedos. Oh, you going on a pedo? Yeah. Not the president and the Jeffrey Epstein, all that stuff? No, there's no proof on that. Yeah, there's no proof of that. Yeah, because every time we catch a predator, they voted for Kamala Harris. I haven't made a Trump.
Speaking of sex crimes and pedophilia, yes, this is also a widespread thing that's happening on Kick. From
that's weird as
extreme
fuck.
to minors to sexual harassment or even
how are they
equating
that the pedophiles vote for Kamala Harris,
via
but
Discord.
Trump
Yeah,
is
it's kind of wild that like
pedophile.
people now know Kick is like pedophile hunting, like as a platform where they're doing like quote unquote pedophile
And the
hunting.
people
Some
who
of those
say
are like
this shit
obviously
turn
I
out
assume
to be
higher,
purchasing
but
CSAM off
there
of
are
eggs.
literally active pedophile
They're literally
rapists
buying
on
it.
the
They're
platform.
buying- they're
there
buying
are
this
content
shit.
creators
They're
who are
buying this
distributing
They're
and
buying this shit.
creating,
And
generating
giving it
child
to people.
sexual abuse material on the
Spreading it to
platforms in their Discord servers. Like that was when Kick first started. There were a bunch of content creators. The meta was
Just
you
spreading
go on these
pedophilia.
platforms where underage girls are on the platform and you try to quote unquote riz them up. I can't believe I'm saying this. Disgusting.
And try
They
to
were
get
trying
them
to
to send you
groom
nudes.
minors into sharing nudes that they would then download and paywall in their Discord. CSAM that they basically paywalled.
16-year-olds
And they
flashing
would
their
get off of
titties
like Omegle
that
and
they
all
were
these other like
selling!
randomized chat apps.
I see nothing
I'm 16, how old are
Time to
you?
move on.
Yeah, this guy.
14?
I've finished our new outpost.
15?
And I'm confident that a
Damn,
little
perfect.
more work would make it
You
even
can stand
nicer.
up. Not play with that little 8th grade play.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19.
Oh.
Yeah, these guys all these are the guys. These are the guys that literally do it.
Looks maxers.
I'm 16. You said 18?
Yeah.
You could still write this off as
Like this is
edgy
the
pedo
weirdest shit.
jokes.
Wait, listen. How old are you? I'm 19.
Oh.
Yeah, these guys these are the guys. These are the guys that literally do it.
I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
You could still write this off as edgy pedo jokes. I don't know who the fuck would do that, but you could. It goes beyond making jokes.
Yeah, another right but too early moment for me was when I warned Train about unregulated platforms devolving into Nazi pedophile cesspools. When Kick first started, I told Train very publicly, I was like, look, man.
Literally.
More
Starting
competition
with
in the streaming
gambling
space is good for all streamers.
good, but
that
when
means that
you're
like Twitch
turning
has to
the
be a more
shit
competitive
into
platform.
who can be the
offer
most
better
radical
contract
on
to his
fucking
contracts to
line.
his content creators.
It turns
you know,
into
not drop the
Nazi
ball as much.
pedophile cesspools.
So I don't necessarily have an issue with a new competitive platform being born in this field. But I have to warn you that you guys are not regulating your platform at all because you want growth. And when you have an unregulated platform and there's no TOS and there's no moderation, it's going to turn into a neo-Nazi infested shithole filled to the brim with pedophiles. And lo and behold, that's precisely what happened with Kid. Another moment of being right, but too early. One of the craziest parts about this is like all of the warnings that I issued to both Train and XQC and numerous others, obviously at the time were not well received by these people because they were about to generate $100 million contracts, right? So they were like, shut the f up.
They were like, shut up.
And they
Yeah.
basically farmed endless amounts of hate off of me, endless amounts of hate off of Pokimane. And what's really interesting is their community obviously also went along with that. They were like, you know, the Hassan thing was a huge meme. They were so mad. Their audiences were so mad. And what's even more interesting is many in their audiences, whether due to their own personal suffering as a consequence of, you know, the gambling debt that they incurred, or, you know, a loved one incurring similar, you know, falling by the wayside for addiction, they all literally started agreeing with the initial warning that I had delivered, but they never actually turned around and were like, yeah, why do I hate this Hassan guy? They just never forgot that they hate me, but now they also hate XQC too. It's so strange. It's when I realized, like, people never forget how you made them feel. It's not about what you're saying. It's not about being right. It's about how you make people feel.
How you make people feel.
So even if those guys now agree with me that, you know, the old XQC, the
They
old
never
juicer,
will admit
bring
it.
back the old juicer, the old XQC is so much more fun.
None of these pussy ass motherfuckers will ever fucking admit it. You did all this shit, you spreaded all this fucking hate, and now that people hate your fucking guts, you just want to double down on the shit. Never change. Never change. We never changed from the beginning. Tried to stay positive. Been trying to be positive. Been trying to still help people through y'all's bullshit. You're spreading the messages that are hurting people. What can we do to make you fucking stop besides killing you? Like, you won't shut the fuck up. Like, it's literally getting to the point. It's literally getting to the point.
The new
There's not enough participating. There's not enough like volunteering around here in my local communities to stop the shit that y'all have fucking started.
He is you know, a far worse person, and gambling addiction and all the money that he got from the gambling sponsorships certainly played a role in this, which is exactly what I was warning about. They still to this day will be like, yo, you're a terrorist and you actually hurt XQC's feelings, even though I agree with your analysis now.
It's about pedophilia.
Are you 20?
No, I'm not 20.
Are you 18?
A little younger.
Okay, I'll accept 17.
The crazy thing is, with how Kick rose up, it's literally a bunch of guys that are 16, 17, 18 years old, literally asking girls to flash them on the fucking camera so they can take screenshots and sell that shit for fucking money. There's gonna be tons of fucking looks maxer streamers that are gonna come out with fucking CSAM on their computers because they've been distributing and selling this shit for the past fucking 4 years since Kick has been alive. But no regulations on that shit. Y'all don't want to comment on that, but you worried about what leftists got going on because we don't cater to your fucking feelings. Yeah, bitch. Y'all are the ones spreading the message that are hurting fucking people. Why the fuck would we be nice to you? We asked you to stop nicely before, and what did you do? You literally made fun of us online. Literally went to making fun of us. It's getting to the point where one of y'all niggas gotta die.
Sasquatch here. Still on the lookout for your missing soldiers. Seems like they brought down the whole damn mountain on their heads. But I don't give up that easy. Sasquatch out.
And one thing I don't want to talk about is y'all 16, 17, 18-year-old son self-fucking CSAM off the kid, begging little girls to flash their fucking titties online. That's been a fucking thing for years. And none of y'all comments on it.
You're 17?
Yeah.
What about you show me your titties? It's a better idea.
I'll show you a picture.
See my screen?
Goes on Omegle just to get girls to expose themselves so that he can secretly screen record it and post it onto a Discord server under an NSFW channel. That is his content.
To be fair here, all PDF files mentioned here have been banned on Kick, but arguably way too late, and many others are still on the platform. This is just what happens when a platform has little to none moderation, cultivates a culture based on outrage, rage bait, and scandals in order to make as much profit as possible.
It's literally gotten so bad.
An investigation has been launched after a French streamer died taking part in a live broadcast on the online platform Kick. 46-year-old Raphael Gravin, also known as Jean Pomenov to his online followers. He had 600,000 followers on the likes of TikTok, also a big audience on the video streaming site Kick, and it was there where he was reportedly taking part in a 10-day marathon live video
This was
when
so
he
bad.
died in his sleep near Nice on Sunday night.
And I'm really only scratching the surface here. If you want a deep dive into the degeneracy of Kick content, I highly suggest watching Aubrey, Jabroni, Something About Chickens, and more great creators highlighting this issue.
So we have a streaming platform that heavily drives off loose moderation, edgy content, normalizing racism, hate speech, transphobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, assault, pedophilia, sex crimes, distribution of CP, and more. That has even led to a live-streamed death of a man who was assaulted for days in front of a live audience, with little to no consequences for the streamers. While the founder of Kick can oftentimes be seen engaging with this type of content, only for them to make even more money of potentially driving minors into gambling addictions, an addiction notorious for ruining thousands, if not millions of lives, leading to even worse addictions or worse. So,
why isn't any other independent media showed what's really going on? I haven't seen this anywhere else but on here. What do you mean? Dog, every outlet in independent media on political Twitter and also even down to CNN is sponsored by Kalshi,
One left.
Polymarket, and numerous other versions of this exact
They're getting
same
their
thing.
money from these people.
They all get paid. They all
They're
get
shutting the fuck
sponsored
up
and they all
'cause
get
they
paid.
get paid.
And that also creates
the
a lot
issue.
of animosity with people like myself because I'm seen as someone who's f***ing up the bag for them. Just
Stop
as
fucking up the bag.
the initial wave of gambling sponsored streamers who I used to be friends with, by the way, like good friends with, close friends with, all developed tremendous amounts of hatred towards me and towards Pokimane and farmed a lot of outrage, manufactured a lot of drama, manufactured a lot of hatred on my fucking name. Did
that's
so
why
not because they
all
had
she did was cry.
sincerely held disagreements, but because they did not want people
They
to
were getting
listen to what I
paid.
had to say. Because if people were charitably encountering my content and then they heard me talk about the dangers of gambling addiction, then all of a sudden their audience is going to be like, well, wait a minute. This guy that you're friends with, who I am also charitable to, is actually making a lot of sense about gambling addiction. They're going to turn around and confront their own content creators. And in an effort to cut that, they just chopped people like myself up. Even Destiny's doing Polymarket ads now. You're probably the only political content creator who doesn't promote this shit now. No, literally. This is how people get an ownership stake in this kind of thing. You force your way in. Even if people are, everybody has a price, right? That's the meta. That's the concept. And if you can actually buy out every single person that would otherwise turn around and say they don't f with this thing, that they think it's bad, then they can all unite around their shared hatred, not for my ideology necessarily. Some of them are obviously ideologically opposed to my worldview, but many others are actually uniting because they see someone like myself as a spoiler. Yeah, I become their biggest enemy online because I stand by my morals, stand by my principles.
That's pretty
if you're
heavy.
a principled person in a sea of unprincipled people, well, you're gonna make everybody else look bad by design, and therefore everybody else has to create an environment where you're the villain.
They have to
It's
gang
actually
hate.
good to be unprincipled. It's actually good to make the bag, no matter what the cost is, no matter what the externalities are, no matter what the excesses are, no matter what kind of harm you're spreading.
Well, that was loud.
Everyone is actually a hypocrite at the end of the day. This guy is too. And if we can't find something hypocritical, we'll just invent it. We'll just invent something. Yes, it is a reminder of Matt Christman's Zen fascism. This is what Republicans do all the time. Where Republicans will always say, like, look, you're a beneficiary of the system too. Why are you trying to change it? Why are you trying to constantly complain and make changes in the system? You're benefiting from it as well. Just shut the fuck up and enjoy it, dude. My homeless coworker also got addicted to gambling apps while he was using. It's all for profit. They don't care how vulnerable the people they hurt are, how successful. It preys on desperation, of course. And there are a lot more desperate people nowadays because capitalism is just robbing everybody blind.
While there are various creators potentially responsible for the radicalization of mostly young men, I want to highlight one of Kick's biggest streamers here. The guy who, by the way, advocated for a lot of those previously named streamers to be unbanned.
Yeah.
Aiden Ross.
Another judge me by my enemies. Holy shit. This is literally just a wall to wall. This is just wall to wall. All of my biggest ops, dude.
Just to be clear, I am 100% not saying that Aiden is somehow worse than
This
the
might
kick
be
streamers
too
I've
much to
mentioned.
carry.
And in fact, he's far from that. The reason why I want to mention him now is because of his responsibility of
He's been
spewing and
platforming them.
normalizing
He's been
an
getting them
ideology that
unbanned.
could potentially
He's been
end up
advocating for
affecting
these people
generations,
that have been
leading to a
spreading
more radicalized
pedophilia.
path.
People that have been spreading this hate.
I love you. I mean, like, I love you. I mean, I
That's
love you, man.
not-
Like, you
that's
don't,
not a good
I know
thing.
you have a good heart. I love him, bro.
I hope
love
he kills
him with all my
himself
heart.
soon.
Miss you.
Like
You got
it's going,
bigger, and
he
you got
gonna get
strong.
the,
And
he
also-
gonna get to his 40s, 50s, end up with a severe alcohol or drug addiction, and probably kill himself. You don't sit with the weight of what you've done to people easily. As much as people like to play it off, you don't sit with that weight easily, especially when it actually leads to harm to folks that you know and folks that you could potentially care about. People who were originally your fans that are now suffering, real life suffering. The internet shit is literally limited. And with the energy crisis that we have, oh, bitch, the internet is even more limited to only a few people. We're only seeing a few people on the internet now. We're not actually seeing the broad world on the internet. So once the reality starts setting in for your bitch ass, the only thing you can do is start drinking and doing drugs, which is what majority of the country's doing, especially fucking streamers. They're not even doing just weed. Bitch, these bitches is sniffing coke, popping pills, popping Addy, smoking meth to look skinny. Oh, bitch, it's bad. They're coked the fuck out. This is 80s level of drug use. With not the same purity and quality control. We got Fentiano running around on these motherfucking streets now. So they dying of fentanyl overdoses too, so it's only a matter of time before it gets them. It's literally a waiting game. But it's literally, you have to suffer in between that fucking waiting because they want to be pieces of shit. It doesn't help. It just leaves corporations to take advantage of all of us. That's why we're seeing data centers every fucking where. We know they're
To all you
poisonous.
guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is kill/them. Okay? Fuck all y'all, bro. Y'all are making the world a shitty place, bro. I'm gonna call you.
We're
either
making it a
guy or
shitty
girl.
place.
I'm not calling you by a cat, by a turtle.
We're making it a shitty place. Because you have to. I have to be a mean person because I don't agree with you.
About the nearest plague heart, this
I
should
have to tell you to kill
Already
yourself
familiar
because you're
with the
different.
manosphere. I think it
You're
comes to
making
no
me a bad
surprise
person.
that a large
You're
chunk of
making
the
me a
content
bad
bubble overlaps with kick content, and even drama channels, especially when targeted at female creators.
I'll keep it short here, as I've already discussed the manosphere on this channel enough, to the point of exhaustion. Kick, drama channels, or
hard to
God,
believe
I
this
haven't
place
even
was
talked
used by
about
people
podcasts, are the perfect vehicles for the expansion and normalization of manosphere ideologies.
I bet that
The rise
hurt,
of
huh?
Politics proves how parts of the insect culture have already become mainstream. Many kick streamers aren't just spreading the word of the dates like subservient missionaries,
Stings!
but also adopt many of their business strategies like online
Weird
pimping,
vibe
stealing a
about this
portion of OnlyFans models' income in exchange for promoting them, while simultaneously
While also shitting on, you know, women across the board and calling them all whores and stuff.
preaching about the downfall of Western men and society due to pop culture, whoring, or body counts. Well, at least
I
they are
can't
doing
keep this
this
up.
with their consent. This is grifting, and they are self-aware of that.
You've got 500,000 people on your site.
Yeah.
And you're advertising OnlyFans girls on it.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a contradiction there?
No, because I openly say I don't give a fuck, and I'm doing it for money. I don't care about
the morality of it.
I know it's
care
not
about the
good.
morale.
I say to people,
don't
watch porn. It's sad. It's loser shit.
He knows it's
You
not
can't say
good.
I promote it, but I discourage people from doing it.
But you can.
Why not try and be a good person?
If I'd just done
this is also the classic train wrecks argument. You know, I always tell people gambling is bad. I'm actually doing a social service by showing people how bad gambling is.
Good things. I would never have really blown up on social media in the first place.
There's one problem, however.
Little kids, huh?
They're
You always
profiting
have to
off
adapt
of
your content, otherwise it gets boring real fast. That's the downside of content that relies on shock value, outrage, and rage bait. You always gotta be even more outrageous, more
Always gotta be
pushing the
more and more
boundaries
crazy.
more. This is
For
not
what?
a sustainable model.
whose
In order
benefit?
to
To
not
what
get
end?
banned
To
into
what
the
end?
shadow of irrelevance, you are pushed to do this kind of stuff.
You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back. Because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth.
It's so crazy that he's black. It's just none of it makes sense.
He's
I mean,
black as
him and
fuck.
like Myron, they're
He's a
both black
fucking
and they're white
dark-ass
supremacists.
monkey
Isn't
doing
that
this
wild?
shit.
You guys didn't know that? Dog, he's from
Chimp as
Gary,
fuck.
Indiana. His dad is not only black, but his dad is a famous black chess player.
Chess
Yes,
player.
bro. He's from Gary, Indiana, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, and then
But
he
his
moved
father
to
was
Luton.
an abusive piece of shit. So
Hail SpaceX!
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
That is genuinely one of the craziest aspects of Groyper culture is that it's literally far more diverse. It is more diverse than a DSA meeting, bro. I'll say it. I'll say it, dude. Groypers are like, there's only one guy in this entire bus, bro. There's one guy that's white
there's
in
only
this
one
bus.
white man now.
It's clavicular.
And they're all
And
fucking
he's
white
male
supremacists.
to male trans.
They're all pushing white
This
supremacy.
is technically
he is male to male
one of
trans.
the most diverse groups of guys. It's insane.
It's so sad. Who does this help?
When confronting them about this, they'll just say that this was ironic. Or just a
Ironic.
joke.
It was a joke.
You know,
Oh, it
the
was just a
spineless
joke,
shit you would
bro.
imagine.
It's spineless as fuck.
Well, unless you're this guy.
We'll collab this week. Me and Sneak are going to collab this week. We're going to play Fort with Bradley Martin and maybe Aiden Ross.
This
Maybe
nigga, Nick
Cheezer.
Fuentes.
So we're going to be doing our collab. We'll squash it on Tilted Towers.
Here's my advice. Here's a little piece of advice. Be a fucking man, okay? That's the biggest difference. And Tate is so right. It is girls versus boys. The world is being divided now. You've got women and on one side, and you got real men on the other. Real
men.
Real men. Real guys with real balls. That's the difference. Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. It's your body, my choice.
We're gonna do streamer awards.
This
We're gonna do
shit
real
came out
awards.
as a-
Nick Fuentes deserves a fucking award. Am I right? So we're gonna give out awards to people on the internet who actually deserve awards.
Women
And look, and we like Aiden Ross. We ride for Aiden Ross. We stand Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is good.
Weird vibe about this
I don't
place.
care what anybody says. Aiden Ross is one of the good ones. That's the homie. The jokes. The Jew of all time. The man.
Scratch one
And
more
we thought
play card
PewDiePie
off the
introducing
list.
Ben Shapiro to a young, impressionable
Now we can
audience was
finally get
bad.
around to securing these locations.
Remember the intellectual dark web? Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, Eric and Brad Weinstein, Dave Rubin, and
I mean, these guys also paved the way for these
I'm
other
exhausted.
next wave of dipshits, if we're being honest. One of the greatest grifts of all time. I swear to God, I don't give credit to the CIA that much. But I gotta give them credit for this one. They really cooked. Was the new atheism movement. The new atheism movement, with some very notable exceptions, like Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk shouts out, all were Obama era. They all shit on George W. Bush for, you know, the attack on stem cell research and the anti-evolution education stuff. And then under the Obama era, they just became the biggest Islamophobes. And they never really stopped. An entire generation of people who are like, oh, I just hate all religion. Except I also think it's okay to just go and murder random Muslim people in their countries. Sam Harris, the intellectual dark web. These guys all came from that background. That was the new atheist movement through and through. Bill Maher, still chirping. Hitchens. Yep. Is Kyle an exception or simply reformed? No, Kyle never actually leaned into the Islamophobia stuff. A big wave within the progressive movement actually was when Sam Harris debated Uncle Shaky Gurga. A lot of people don't know this because you're probably too young. But I still remember I was there. Uncle Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga, debated Sam Harris on Islam. And it was a huge ordeal in these spaces. Back then,
I can't carry
all
that
the hate
much.
content that Cenk was getting was coming from Steven
I don't
Crowder.
have room for that.
Right? Steven Crowder would make a lot of videos about Cenk, but there wasn't a lot of like big
I don't have room for
content
that.
creators that were somewhat apolitical or came from this like atheist content background, that kind of thing, that kept saying over and over again that Barack Obama and Cenk and other progressives were actually regressive.
can't
Dave
carry
Rubin loved
anymore.
doing that one because they were actually pro-Islam. The edgy new atheist era decided that their number one ops were Muslims, and the Muslims were actually all conservative across the board, okay, including those who live in the Western world, across the board, all Muslims, the entire ummah, billions of people were all unbelievably conservative, and these guys were the real progressives, and the progressives were actually regressive because they were hyping up Islam. That's what the meta was. So many young minds were broken. Also, yeah, remind us who popularized the term intellectual dark web. Oh, let me tell you. Her name is Barry Weiss. Intellectual dark web was a term
I can't
coined
keep doing this.
at the New York Times by the one and only Israel's most bovine-like warrior, Bovine Barry Weiss. That's right.
Can't do that.
Remember. Yep. Beryl Weiss. She's the one who did the intellectual dark web article. I still remember she called Ben Shapiro the intellectual gladiator of the right. Yeah, here's the Shaky Gurga Sam Harris debate. 3 hours long, 6 million views. This was an atom bomb. Okay? I was at the Young Turks when this happened. This was a atom bomb, dude. Lamau, Cenk doesn't understand how probability theory works. This was the video that killed TYT for me. I'm more intrigued by Sam's patience than his intelligence. When I pictured Cenk licking strawberry popsicle, it made the conversation more sense. Sam, we got to think deeper. Cenk, error 404. So happy with how this video was received. These comments give me hope for humanity. Well, the number of times Sam Harris spends 5 to 10 minutes trying to explain a complex point of argument Cenk utterly fails to understand. Sam Harris's complex point of argument
Still some
was
feds around here.
Islam is a backwards religion across the board, and it's not mere ideology and that the interpretation is up to the individual, but instead everyone that is a follower of Islam is a backwards monster that deserves to be not punished necessarily, but at least like thwarted, put down, dominated by Western civilization. Now, we know now why Sam Harris used to say that. I think nowadays, Sam Harris is maybe not so much of an overt atheist, especially because there's one religious ethno-state that he actually champions quite aggressively. Do you guys know which country I'm talking about that Sam Harris, seemingly the godfather, one of the most important figures in new atheism, which country could Sam Harris be writing for? Oh, that's right, it's Israel. No, it's not Zimbabwe, it's Israel. Yeah. Absolutely crushing it, Mr. Intellectual Dark Web, destroying bad ideas. Why I won't debate critics of Israel. A note to the making sense community. These guys were not presenting an intellectually honest argument. They were just making you terrified of Muslims, leaning in to the social conditioning and the stereotyping that already existed in every facet of media. Because someone had to justify going and waging war and spending $7 trillion murdering Muslims in Muslim countries, right? And that's all they did. They tried to pick apart the wokes. They tried to get the atheist liberals on board. And they did. They did get those atheist liberals on board. Many of them fell by the wayside. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because that meta still exists. Israel is very openly using this meta, as a matter of fact, and many people are either willingly or without realizing falling for it once again. Another target is trans people. For like the last decade or so, it was always trans people. Oh, trans people playing sports, trans people eating ice cream, trans people doing this, trans people pissing in this bathroom. They should not piss in any bathroom. They shouldn't pee at all. It's always just like farming extra cruelty, targeting marginalized communities, vulnerable communities that don't have the same defense system, that don't have the same support system.
I'm not fucking kidding. Joe Rogan, right-wing intellectuals, flooding the podcast commentary scene, destroying snowflake liberals with facts and logic. While this multi-billion-dollar backed content bubble, mainly financed by the Koch family by the way, successfully pushed the Overton window back to the right. In 2026, that type of content became quite outdated. Looking at the data here, most of the channels have lost a large chunk of their audience. To understand this, you have to know that the new right in the US is basically divided in two camps here. The classic neoconservatives pro-Israel camp with Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz, Jordan Peterson, and the America First, 4chan, alt-right, mostly anti-Israel camp who largely felt betrayed by Trump. Important note here, anti-Israel is, in this specific case, and yes dear German viewer, only in this specific case, actually anti-Semitic, because we're talking about these guys here. Tucker Carlson,
they're not
Alex Jones, Candace Owens.
These guys are anti-Semites who happen to present themselves as anti-Israel.
Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson.
You know.
And most importantly, Nick Fuentes, the MAGA party, is being ripped apart, especially after the Gaza genocide and the illegal war against Iran. And knowing this isn't a good thing. This will determine the future of the MAGA cult, and therefore not only the future of the US, but of the entire planet. And it actually looks like the even more radical, in part openly neo-Nazis, are the future of the Republican Party.
This morning, new fallout after the leak of racist text messages linked to members of young Republican groups across the country. The website Politico says it obtained 7 months worth of messages from a group chat in which racist and anti-Semitic slurs were used more than 250 times.
It's 2026 and Trump is saying MAGA means war with Iran, no Epstein files, MAGA is dead. We are America first. This means nothing. Fuck this movement. If MAGA means Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, Barry Weiss, and Netanyahu, and not Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, and Tucker, then MAGA is garbage. It is a dead brand. No young person wants to be a part of this. Nobody is enthusiastic about it, and it is a joke.
Now he says that. After he was wearing that fucking blue America First or that MAGA hat talking about your body, my choice. Now you want to do it. Now that you've been getting, now that niggas actually want to fucking kill your ass. Now that you're actually, now that your life, now that you realize how insignificant your fucking life is and how we've been trying to tell y'all to quit spreading fucking hate on the internet. Now that your life is threatened and you're in danger, now you want to change your tone on shit. Now you want to act like you want to step back from MAGA after you gas this nigga up, after you let him on your streams, after we told y'all you was getting scammed. You don't like our tone. You're hurting my feelings. But y'all spent literally the past 3 years just dogpiling on people for no fucking reason other than existing. Other than existing, being unnecessarily jealous about weird shit that made no fucking sense. None of y'all niggas cared about trans people being in sports. None of y'all niggas cared about Title IX until until right-wing media started sensationalizing it on the fucking news. Until they started sensationalizing it on YouTube. Until they started paying people to get these big ass productions that have these big pretty shit in their fucking room so it looks like a movie set. Because their shit looks nice, I'm gonna believe them. I'm not going to pay attention to the actual objective facts that are in front of my fucking face. I'm going to let somebody tell me how I should feel. I don't have an original fucking thought in my head. That's these niggas. Even right now, while they're still pivoting away from it, they don't have an original fucking thought in their fucking heads. We're still dealing with the same dumbasses. These stupid people are just waiting for somebody else to suck their dick from the back.
The 4chanification of the Republican Party.
And just the internet in general.
The rise of open Nazism.
Whoa, stop, Ben. Not everything you don't like is a Nazi. Okay, but we have to agree on something, right? So how about I pull out quotes from no Nazis as a baseline? Can we at least agree that these statements are what you would also call in line with Nazi ideology?
Die Gesellschaft würde sich sofort und dramatisch verbessern, wenn wir die untersten 5 bis 10.
Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% of the most R-worded kids out of school and put them all in coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. Who could have said that? The Roach Man, of course.
10% der zurückgebliebensten Kinder aus der Schule nehmen und stattdessen in die Kohlegruben stecken würden. Fast alle westlichen Kulturprobleme sind auf den blinden Glauben an den falschen Gott der Gleichheit zurückzuführen. Diese parasitären Migranten, wir haben eine Infektion. Es gibt offensichtlich ein Problem und es gibt offensichtlich eine Lösung. Aber darüber wollen sie nicht reden. Ich würde diese Typen jeden Tag jagen. Ich würde vor ihren Haustüren auftauchen. Ich würde so brutal zu diesen Menschen sein, dass man sagen würde, das sei zu viel. Ich würde sie beim Flennen aufnehmen. Ich hasse sie. Ich werde keine Träne verlieren, wenn sie Völkermord in ihre Gesetze eingeschrieben haben, selbst ausgerottet zu werden. Das kümmert mich nicht im geringsten. Sie sind schrecklich. Das steht außer Frage. Sie sind nicht eure Verbündeten. Sie sind nicht wie wir. Sie kommen aus einer minderwertigen Kultur.
These are all As-meh-phes-toh quotes.
Sie steht in direktem Widerspruch zu allem, wofür westliche Werte stehen. Und sie ist in jeder Hinsicht minderwertig. So einfach ist es.
Okay, these are the baselines. With these baselines in mind, let's continue and look at the content of some creators who are representatives of the 4chan America First Gamergate type. Let's start with the most obvious example here.
Yeah, then should worry about what's happening in the cotton fields, right? Go sing your slave song.
Would you say all things considered that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And it is. And it absolutely
you're
is.
so fucking spineless. In front of 45,000 people and say that the most well-documented thing that has ever happened in history might not have happened. How the fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened? Please answer that question. The Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250
Than the thing that
sources
didn't
that would
happen?
justify that the
Do you know what's happening in Europe and the United States? The white population is being genocided. We don't want to hear any more about your ancestors in the Holocaust. We don't want to hear about it. We don't care. We're in the middle of a Holocaust.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he is an open neo-Nazi. There is no room for discussion here. If you like Fuentes and what he promotes, then at least have the fucking guts and openly say that you're also a neo-Nazi or at least an open fascist. That is why I don't think that Fuentes is currently...
Yeah, the Dean clip is a great example of that quote about fascists fully knowing how ridiculous what they're saying is. Yes, and the moment that you entertain a conversation with them is a moment where you've lost already because they're reveling in the fact that they're just like dancing around. Like there are certain concepts that are especially if someone is like very skilled as a communicator, very skilled as an orator, and Nick Fuentes certainly is. I hate to admit that, but it's true. They're just gonna have fun with you. They're just going to dance around the issue. They're just gonna be like, I'm memeing, whatever, because they don't have a sense of shame around their worldview. And you can't shame a shameless person. Sex Destiny is another great example of this. Destiny also has no shame whatsoever and is a mercenary and will assume any position that he wants in order to make it seem like he's actually dominating his opponent in the marketplace of ideas. And that is virtually an impossible person to debate because they don't stand for anything. They don't have any like real perspectives. Now Nick does. Nick has an ideology, and Destiny has somewhat of an ideology, certainly. But as long as you guys are skilled enough to dance around it, it's not going to be a good faith conversation. So no matter how much charity you show them, it doesn't matter. They're just, the fact that you're even encountering them, the fact that you're even talking to them is enough for them to call it a victory, call it a W.
The most dangerous creator out there, as he's not hiding his real intentions here. If you are in the Fuentes bubble, you automatically out yourself as an open sympathizer of Nazi ideology. This could potentially be too upfront, or actually too openly extreme for a lot of people, especially when they aren't too deep into the online far-right pipeline yet. Fuentes is the end of the pipeline.
The most dangerous creator, who currently outpaces all of them in reach and influence, is also someone who has been the most watched Twitch streamer worldwide multiple times and even outranked Kendrick Lamar and IShowSpeed in 2025 in most such terms on YouTube. Asmongold.
I think I'm gonna resolve to become a club guy in Miami. Maybe these Jews and women and blacks aren't so bad. But then they proved me right. My former life of hatred and anti-Semitism is completely vindicated. I'm doubling down. More anti-Semitism, more
I need to stop.
more sexism.
Oh my God.
In the club? Well then, now we're going even harder than ever. Wait for me?
Yeah.
Not kidding.
Oh my God. Dude, so based. Oh, so based, dude. I mean, this is the fakest laugh of all time. You just have to sit there and act like this dude is incredibly cool because he has a lot of clout. Yeah, Twitch banned me for reading Manifesto of a Shooter as part of my job because it was, once again, another breaking news incident that right-wingers were disseminating misinformation on, you know, biased, through a biased lens. And Twitch banned me for that. This, on the other hand, the ADL doesn't care about this. The ADL works alongside Asmongold to try to actively ban me. One must think of
barrel is
why.
fast. I need to be careful.
The Apartheid Defense League, the Anti-Defamation League, spends a great deal of time and effort and money actively coming after me, a person who has spent his entire professional media career combating the far right, combating anti-Semitism, and of course, understandably, combating Zionism as well. Which is interesting.
Wow. I just like, please link this. That was fucking funny.
They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country. And by the
it's so funny that like there are genuinely a shit ton of people out there who are busy working. They deliver for Amazon, they do Uber, they do Postmates, whatever. And in their off time, they're watching like YouTube drama farmers and these apolitical content creators that are not like directly affiliated with Asmongold or anybody else, or directly affiliated with an ideology. They're watching TikToks. And when they watch those TikToks, those guys are developing this idea that someone like myself is constantly breaking the rules on Twitch and never getting punished for it. Whereas someone like Asmongold is simply a regular dude saying the truth. Sometimes maybe saying it in a boisterous manner. Sometimes going a little too far, but ultimately he's just a regular dude, right? I mean, he wears a white t-shirt. So I can't possibly fathom that this is a multi-millionaire with numerous businesses that he owns. Just a normal guy with normal guy takes. Why? Because nobody sees this shit. Because those apolitical content creators, the drama tubers, have not realized that they could generate probably the same amount of clicks if they made these sorts of videos on Asmongold. And it's far too easy for them to lean into the existing misinformation slop factory that exists within the Sexpestony community that gets base boosted by Asmongold and numerous others. This is how you feed the algorithm. what it takes to feed the algorithm is basically a couple viral hits. A couple viral hits shitting on a guy. And if those hit, then everybody looks at that and goes, okay, there's an incredible trove of manufactured outrage that we can farm off of shitting on a guy, off of shitting on a dude, without any care or consideration for what that does to the space overall. So they just continue with it because most of these people are amoral. Some of them are right-wing, but most of them are just straight up amoral. They don't care. They're just like, I just want to make money. I don't give a f. We don't have the same infrastructure of cyber stalking and A-logging these content
just
creators.
disappear.
We don't have Reddit subreddits dedicated entirely to what these people call snark sometimes. Okay? And that's the reason why these lazy commentary sphere content creators don't have somewhere to just mine from. Okay? That's a big part of it. A big part of it is there are communities that weaponize autism that sit around in my chat, sit around in my fucking community and like clip things immediately as soon as they can. And then they post that to every subreddit they possibly can to try to generate controversy around it. And then people pay attention to it. Most people are lazy. Most people are lazy. Most content creators are lazy. They don't want to actually develop a worldview. They don't want to do reading. They just want an easy playlist that they can farm hits off of. That's the guys like Yeet, for example. That's all they do. That's what LSF used to do for the longest time. I don't even know if they still are around. I don't know. I haven't, heard of LSF in a minute. And their audiences will come in here, just like right now, and go, so like you. No, you. I don't do that. I don't have an audience that is dedicated to A-logging Asmongold or Sexpestony or all these other people and constantly snark them so that I can spend a great deal of time talking about that, because I've been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes. If you were a subscriber, you could actually rewind and go back and check. But for the first 6 hours or for the first 5 hours, I covered actual news. And now I'm actually watching a video that is, delivering a broader point about the rise of online cruelty. Maybe you don't like that you're kind of feeling called out here. For me, I would rather have people spend all of their time and effort, not just like A-logging reactionaries, even though there's probably some utility in combating far-right, the growth of far-right on the internet. But I'd rather have them join DSA. I'd rather have them go door knock for a candidate. I'd rather have them unionize their workplace, make meaningful changes in their own lives. That's it.
Way for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is
So this is the other side of it, though.
Make yourself at home.
You get on this. Yes, A-logging means stalking and harassing people. That's what it means. So you get on this pipeline. You start developing a negative opinion over certain people. Morgan, Denims, Caseytron, Pokimane, me, iDubbbz.
Goodbye now.
Who else? There's like the common villains in this commentary sphere. Like people that are constantly, Anissa, iDubbbz' wife, Noah Samson to a certain degree, Mike from Pennsylvania to a certain degree, Taylor Lorenz is another one. And basically what happens is these are like the classic favorite villains of a lot of these apolitical guys, these drama guys, right? And so there's you develop an appetite for shitting on these people. You're like, I hate these people. I don't even know why. They're always doing something wrong. And if you're only watching this stuff, if you're only watching that content, of course you're gonna hate me. Why wouldn't you? I'm the worst person around. You constantly see me in like 12-second hits in the most negative framing possible. And you just keep seeing that over and over and over again. And you're going to be like, I hate this guy. Holy shit. And if you never actually gander to the other side, if you never actually go, you know what, let me check this guy out for myself. what's this guy about? Is he really this big of a villain? There's no way, right? And unless you do that, there's plenty of content that will keep you on that side of the internet. And maybe when you first start this process, you're not right-wing at all. You start this process thinking, oh, I just hate like bad people on the internet. I love accountability. It's gossip. It's great. You know, it's nothing for me. I'm just gonna, after a long day of, you know, doing Uber delivery driver shit, I'm gonna come home, I'm gonna eat my microwave meal, and I'm gonna throw YouTube on. And then there's just like this barrage of content that I'm just gonna mindlessly consume. And maybe I'll just like check in on what's going on in the world. I'll develop somewhat of an understanding of what's going on in the internet drama sphere. And when you get on that pipeline, you might be like, yeah, why the fuck am I doing this gig economy job? I have, you know, I have a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences. And you have certain opinions. You're like, I don't really fuck with my landlord. Why won't, I've been asking my landlord to fix my AC. It's 100 degrees and this motherfucker still hasn't. And you have these certain experiences and you're starting to develop certain political attitudes, certain political opinions. But if the only people whose content you're consuming are telling you guys like me are wrong and bad and evil villains, without realizing it, you start slowly but surely moving in their direction politically as well. Because they don't just stay at Hassan is bad, Hassan is a villain, Morgan sucks, she's getting dominated, look, she's getting owned, and you're watching that and you're like, you're celebrating it now. You're like, okay, I've realized that like these people are real villains in society, and seeing them in pain, in like awful, seeing them in awful conditions makes me feel a little bit better about how shitty my worldview is, right? But slowly but surely, they're also telling you something else. One, they're distracting you with this shit. But then also, maybe you're watching the other videos where Asmongold is reacting to migrants doing mass rapes or something. And you're like, wait a minute. That does make sense. And before you realize it, you're getting red-pilled. And it's not, red-pilling is not a positive thing either. They're actually brainwashing you. They're actually getting you to be distracted. And before you know it, instead of blaming the people who actually have control over your life, blaming the system, and then maybe even organizing to fight back against it, to claw back some autonomy in your life, you go down this pit of despair, and slowly but surely you become more right-wing. You become more reactionary. And when you're in this pit of despair, the only sense of community that you gain is by more and more of this content. It forces you to be more antisocial. So you lose your sense of agency. You become a part of a broader movement and it makes you feel good. There's a level of warmth there where you're like, well, I have a community now on the internet. Maybe you're going to a Discord server, right? And in that Discord server, you're like tuning in and you're learning more about the deep, intricate details of the lives of these people that you despise. And maybe you yourself start searching for more information about this person, right? On the internet. And now you're a part of that movement. This is giving you a sense of community, a sense of purpose in your life. You now need to be a part of this community. You want to be a known individual in this community. You want to show that you have value in this community. So you start becoming a loyal soldier. Maybe you start making sock accounts. You start going and saying shit in their chats, right? And then you clip it. And then you send that clip to like one of these other clip aggregator accounts. And then they post that clip aggregator account. That clip aggregator account posts that video. And then Asmongold reacts to that video. And now you feel good because you're like, oh, I did something. I'm serving this community that I'm a part of. Not realizing that you moved every single day. You moved 1,000,000 steps away from a much more productive and much less depressing worldview where you could have been out and about in the real world, organizing, meeting other people, doing something with your life. And you find yourself increasingly more angry. Okay? More frustrated, more depressed. Because day in, day out, you're doing this miserable thing. And that miserable thing is the only thing that gives you a sense of purpose, aside from your shit-ass job that you despise. This is how people lose themselves on the internet. This is how people fall down the right-wing radicalization pipeline. And slowly but surely, they start embodying the rest of the ideology of the community that they're a part of. And the ideologies of these communities are unbelievably far right, constantly blaming transgender people, migrants, liberals. They're all responsible. Women are the reason why you don't have what you were supposed to have. Because you were born for a purpose. You were put on God's green earth for a purpose. This can't be all that you do. So someone has to be responsible. Someone stole your purpose from you. And that's got to be feminism. It's got to be wokeness. It's got to be transgender people. All of these people have the exact same class interest as you. They all want a roof over their heads. They all want comfortable lives. They all want to put clothes on their backs. They want to be able to own a home at some point in their lives. They want to have more autonomy in the workplace.
I think
and
we're
yet
getting a
here
handle
you
on
are,
the infestation problem
instead of
in this
looking
town.
at this robust and cruel design of society, the systemic factors that have robbed you of your potential, of who you were supposed to be. Instead of blaming those who benefit from the system, you find yourself blaming other people. People who either are objectively successful while simultaneously trying to get you to wake the up to the reality, myself, right? Or people who are even less successful than you, someone you can look down on to make yourself feel powerful. This is not healthy, it's not productive, and unfortunately, this is the grand design. This is how you divide the working class. This is how you destroy solidarity. This is how you make sure, this is how the wealthy, the billionaires, the millionaires, the capital-owning class have successfully divided and conquered the working class. And before you know it, you have nothing else going on. So the only thing you have is this poison that makes you feel a sense of community, a sense of wholeness, a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, it's literally rotting your soul.
Clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Oh, constantly. All the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course.
As so often with these types of political creators, they actually started with a completely different type of content, which made them popular. While As-meh has always primarily been a gaming streamer, he was ultimately one of the edgier ones.
Now, I was in high school at the time that Hurricane Katrina happened. And a lot of the displaced people from Hurricane Katrina went to my high school. And they would all wear the same t-shirts, and they were fucking animals. Every single one of them. Honestly, the hurricane could have done a better job. I fucking hated him.
Until two specific events on the internet really pushed him to the person he is today.
Wokeness in video games.
Gamergate and the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Especially his coverage of the trial exploded As-meh's viewership.
It's a crazy person, right? And this is the problem, is that like whenever you're dealing with a crazy person, you never know what's gonna happen. You don't know what they're gonna do. You don't know what they're gonna say. It's awful.
As-meh is the perfect representation of the modern online right. Lonely, mostly white, young, incredibly online, socially isolated, angry.
I don't know if they're mostly white.
Man. It is one thing, being a member of a community, as most of them fell victim to the slow radicalization process by admiring a creator they have a parasocial bond with, while also having rightful frustrations with a system that fucks all of us, but who are being misled into meaningless cultural bullshit. It is a totally other thing, however, when the agitator not only leads the community further down this radicalization process, but fucking profits from it.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives in human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff.
Yeah, this is the other side of reactionary thought, by the way. It's
Anti-intellectual-
highlighting. It's highlighting a
intellectualism.
lack of interest and a lack of intellectual curiosity as a virtue. It's actually virtuous to
not want to learn shit.
disinterested. It's mass-producing Dunning-Kruger. I'm not very smart. I'm against this intellectual nonsense. I can just figure this shit out. You know what's funny about this is Andrew Tate did this as well. And if you recall, when I had a conversation with Andrew Tate about this, he basically revealed his position. And, I mean, he's expanded on this as well. That famous viral clip where I'm like, how do you know the world is not flat? Did you take a spaceship to space and look down and recognize that the Earth is not flat? Because he's not a flat earther, right? And I knew that. So I wanted to ask him, like, how do you know the Earth is not flat? It feels flat. And that was a moment where he knew that there was no defense for what he was saying, right? And basically, that is the counter argument for a lot of these people, where it's like, you can't develop a worldview just by, with your own personal thoughts and with anecdotes. It's not a productive way to approach society. It's not a productive way to understand the world. There are billions of unique experiences that you're not privy to, and the only way to get privy to those experiences is by reading, by broadening your horizon, by traveling around the world. But because that's not accessible for a lot of people, I think people like Asmongold basically give comfort to those who don't want to read, find it to be boring, don't have the finances to be able to travel and encounter other culture, stuff like that. So they're...
You call me? Is she really? Wait, so the Xbox ain't in the room?
How to install a battery in a Logitech G305. First, turn the mouse off, flip it back over, turn it around in your hand, pop off the back cover, and it exposes the battery.